Gurna's novels is the Quran, which gets read by some characters who first encounter it at the madrasa, and which informs socio-cultural norms that get transmitted orally in society beyond the reading elite. The legacy of Islam that is inextricably interlinked to the trade enabled by the monsoon patterns in the part of the world that Gurna represents in such illuminating detail, informs how the characters come to know what they do and how they make sense of their world. I quote, "What makes Islamic culture or the Indian Ocean exchange system important is that it actually forms the story of the world for people in those cultures," Gurna says. Arabic words, like Kiswahili words, pepper his narratives, and medieval Sufi wisdom frames Gravel Heart via an epigraph by Abu Sa'id Ahmad Karaz from his Kitab al-Sikh. In keeping with Gurna's general aversion to simplification, Islam functions as a source of knowledge, as provision of cultural norms, meaningful rituals, and as a source of reassurance and spiritual anchorage. Some characters' interpretations of Muslim piety, however, facilitate their hypocrisy and cruelty, in particular towards women and children. So on the one hand, we encounter Saleh Omar in By the Sea, whose prayer represents a tender moment of respite, and on the other, we have Othman the Miser in The Last Gift, whose respectable spirituality rings hollow as he runs his family with an iron fist and deflects pleas for help by his neighbors, saying, and I quote from the novel, "Allah Karim, God is generous, ask him for a loan." And there's the enigmatic figure of Hamdani, the gardener in Paradise, who silently performs his work while humming verses and qasidas. Characters who can speak both Arabic and Kiswahili have a distinct advantage in the societies Gurna depicts, as the scholarship on his use of Swahili intertext also demonstrates. So given my own linguistic limitations, I'm drawing on Fawzia Mustafa's insightful reading of Gurna's novel Paradise to talk about the Swahili intertext. Told in omniscient third person, the narrative depicts the travels of Yusuf, Irehani, a bonded laborer akin to a slave, in the household of the Arab trader Uncle Aziz, the Sayyid, who leads one of the last major Arab caravan journeys into the interior before the Germans sought control of the caravan route in the early years of the 20th century. While Mustafa points out that many astute readers of this novel have pointed out its Quranic/biblical intertext in the story of Joseph and the playful engagement with Conrad's Heart of Darkness, Gurna's extensive recourse to and incorporation of Swahili sources is perhaps less well documented. Mustafa identifies several Swahili sources that Gurna drew on in writing Paradise, and here I beg your indulgence because I probably pronounced the Kiswahili incorrectly, but I'll try my best. So he drew on Selemani bin Mwenye Chande's narrative, Safari Yangu Yabara Africa, My Country Up Country in Africa, My Journey Up Country in Africa, Salim bin Abakari's Safari Yangu Ya Urusi Nai a Siberia, My Journey to Russia and Siberia, the autobiography of Hamed bin Mohammed's or Tipu Tip's Maisha Ya Hamid bin Mohammed al-Mujebi Yani Tipu Tip, Kwa Maneno Yake Mwenyewe, Tipu Tip, the story of his career in Central Africa, narrated from his own account, and Mtoro bin Mwini Bakari's Desturi za Waswahili, the customs of the Swahili people, all of which come from a small body of prose works by local Waswahili that was both solicited and collected by a series of German administrators in the late 19th and 20th century. Mustafa suggests that Chande's narrative is the chief source for Paradise, and that the characters of Uncle Aziz, the Omani trader, Mohammed Abdallah, the guide and foreman of the caravan, and the assistant overseer, Simba Mwene, share characteristics with the narrator of Safari Yangu Yabara Africa, who is presumably Chande himself. Aziz, for example, is given many of Chande's words verbatim, and Simba Mwene's name is lifted from Chande too. Apart from the characterization, a number of episodes are drawn from Chanda's account, though deliberately transformed, as Gurna practices both an economy of compression along with an amplification of fictional embellishment. Gurna also transposes Chande's language impasses between speakers of Kiswahili and Arabic, as well as local languages of the interior, into his narrative. Gurna indicates that the frequent misunderstandings in Paradise are deliberate. I quote, "I tried to find a narrative voice which would show this kind of guesswork, moving between different registers." Gurna draws on Bakari's text to sketch the life of a Rehani as well as caravan conventions, as Yusuf's duties in Uncle Aziz's household resemble those outlined by Bakari. Abakari's travelogue is used in Gurna's novel in an episode in Moshi, where a guest from Mombasa tells the assembled party about his uncle's travels to Russia. Mustafa remarks about this episode, encrypted here is the reference to the notorious or celebrated Herman van Wisman, the officer brought in to brutally squash the Abushiri rebellion in 1889. This allows Gurna to register the fear inspired by the weapons and the brutality of the German Schutztruppe. I quote from Mustafa, "The brutal reprisals of 1896 to the murder of 2 Lutheran missionaries in Meru, near Kilimanjaro, and the suppression of the Maji Maji rebellion in the south in 1905-7 were well known and necessarily punctuate the novel's endgame of Yusuf's choice of colonial subjection in lieu of the possibility of either manumission, liberation, or escape." I'm citing this passage because where Paradise ends, namely with Yusuf's decision to enlist as an Askari, Gurna's most recent novel, Afterlife, begins. Hamza, one of the protagonists, with a strikingly similar childhood and youth to Yusuf, decides to join the German Schutztruppe as an Askari, and we follow his life until the defeat of the Germans by the British, signaling the end of Deutsch Ostafrika in World War I. Turning to Swahili texts allows Gurna to bring to the surface elided perspectives of the history of the Arab caravan trade and of German colonial control that counter the hegemony enjoyed by contemporaneous and competing Euro-American explorations and expedition and missionary narratives. So I think it's very significant that he draws on these sources, these local sources. Well, we could say because they were collected by the Germans, maybe there was some sort of transformation there as well, but fairly local. Moreover, the similarities between Yusuf and Hamza point to another intertextual thread in Gurna's oeuvre, namely the playful and lightly woven connections between his novels. Admiring Silence and The Last Gift are another example of this. Readers of these 2 novels are left to wonder whether the plot of the latter narrative might offer an explanation of Admiring Silence tries to fathom why his father left his mother, and The Last Gift tells the story of a father, Abbas, who left a young wife behind in Zanzibar, unbeknownst to his family in England. The clue that suggests that these might be connected story lies in the description of the window through which the character of the father first sees the narrator's mother in the house opposite. I quote from Admiring Silence first. "He has been given a tiny room which was previously a store. He was leaning on the wall by the little nights. As mentioned earlier, Gurna encountered 1001 Nights first in a Kiswahili translation of abridged sections and in oral storytelling. He remembers that, and I quote, "It was there that I first heard the story of Kamar Zaman and Princess Badura, which has stayed with me since." The Nights is a fitting source for a writer whose work traces itinerant lives. The genesis of the text is predicated on travel and movement, since it has no one author and no one source, and its stories were told in many forms many centuries before they were written down. Marina Warner points out that Egypt, India, and Persia supplied the principal streams flowing into the cycle of stories, mixing it with other sources. I quote, "The stories contain traces of the Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh and of Indian, Egyptian, Greek, Latin, Russian, and Turkish myths floating on the ocean of the streams of story, all of which have contributed plots, motifs, tone, and literary form. Like a palimpsest or nested matryoshka doll, a character in a story invokes a character who tells a story about a character who has a story to tell. The Nights is a maze, a web, a network, a river with infinite tributaries, a series of boxes within boxes, a bottomless pool." Sherazade, as the frame narrator, holds all the threads of multiple stories within stories in her clever hands to determine her own fate and, as it turns out, that of the entire kingdom. Gurna remarks about the transmission of these tales, and I quote, "These are stories from everywhere. You have stories from Harun al-Rashid, Iraq, Egypt, and they circulate against each other and amongst each other. People would know these stories even if they're not readers because they were told. People still used to tell stories when I was a child." In Gurna's novel By the Sea, Shahrazade's storytelling is pitted against the enigmatic withdrawal from sociality that ends in the death of Herman Melville's Bartleby, the other prominent intertext in this novel. Both narrators, Saleh Omar and Latif Mahmoud, Zanzibari migrants in the UK, are faced with a choice to opt for sociality and connection, which would be Shahrazade's choice, or silence and withdrawal, which is Bartleby's, in the face of the turbulences and vagaries of their lives. They are intrigued by Melville's Bartleby because of the inexplicably of his understated refusal, "I prefer not to," is the line that this character repeatedly speaks, that makes them wonder whether he's defeated, or whether these words are, and I quote from By the Sea, "are the utterings of an admired desperado. Nonetheless, they opt for story in order to come to terms with their difficult and tangled past. Saleh Omar, the one narrator, says, "I needed to be shriven of the burden of the events and stories which I have never been able to tell, and which by telling would fulfill the craving I feel to be listened to with understanding. He was my shriver, Latif that is, and I knew I would tell him what he had asked of me. Then, after telling him, I would have found a good place to stop and tell him that even Shahrazad managed to get some rest by sunrise." The other novel in which the Nights features prominently is Gurna's third novel, Doti, published in 1990. It draws on the story of the Ajami prince Kamar Zaman and Princess Badura of China, who must travel through an incredibly complex sequence of twists and turns to reunite with each other, while suffering misguided and cruel treatment by their parents. Doti, perhaps the most atypical novel of Gurna's oeuvre, given that it is solely set in England without any connection to Eastern Africa. Doti's mother is of Parthian Lebanese parentage, and the man who possibly fathered her, nobody's quite sure, comes from Jamaica. The novel tells the story of the eponymous Black British protagonist who manages to make a life for herself in the England of the 1960s despite a childhood of economic scarcity and emotional neglect, and the enduring racism and sexism she faces as an adult. Christened Doti Badura Fatma Balfour, she bears the name of the Chinese princess of the tale. The squalor in which they lived when Doti and her siblings were growing up makes her think that, and I quote from Doti, "He must have laughed at the thought, the man who gave me her name." However, she is pleased to learn about the origin of her name as an adult. Her boyfriend tells her the plot of the tale, and the reader cannot help but notice that, at least for the time being, she has found the happiness described at the ending of the tale. These references to the knights bookend the narrative of Dottie and thus decenter the importance of other intertextual dialogues with works by Charles Dickens and Jane Austen, which Dottie encounters in the local library, which becomes a space of refuge and learning. Early on, when Dottie embarks on her reading mission, she struggles to get through Dickens's David Copperfield, and Gurner explains that this is because at that early stage in the novel, she's not a member of the textual community, I quote. So for her, despite the resonances between her story, she's not aware of that, and so she doesn't recognize it. But she will be wiser than that. There are many more intertextual references to canonical English literature, like the way Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales speaks to Gurner's second novel, Pilgrim's Way, which would merit further discussion. A last word before I conclude about classical literature. In Gurner's By the Sea, one of the narrators and protagonists, 18-year-old Latif Mahmoud, travels to study dentistry in Dresden, East Germany. The socialist connections between independent Tanzania and Eastern Bloc countries are dramatized in the plot via such travel, but also via intertextual references. Because of Nyerere's socialist ties, Zanzibaris, and I quote, now had a chance to read Mikhail Sholokhov and Anton Chekhov, whose work appeared for sale in cheap editions, or browse through box sets of Schiller in the GDR Information Institute. Latif arrives at the house of his pen pal Jan and his mother Elike with frozen feet, not having noticed a gash that cut through the flimsy soles of the canvas shoes he had brought from Zanzibar, which are obviously completely inadequate in the German weather. His blue blood is soaking in onto their doormat as they greet each other. This moment of pain is transformed via the return of a story from antiquity into a moment of tenderness, of hospitality and human recognition, which powerfully transcends the boundaries of language, nationality and race. Euryclea, a maid in the palace of Odysseus, and his former wet nurse, recognizes her master after his return from his 10-year absence, despite his disguise, when she lays eyes on a childhood scar while washing his feet. Elike, washing young Latif's feet, playfully invokes this scene of human recognition, even though the two characters have never met before. And I cite from the novel. I thought I would meet you, although I didn't know it was you. Euryclea, Jan said at last, unhurried, and then read a sentence. As soon as Euryclea had got the scarred limbs in her hands and had well hold of it, she recognized it and dropped the foot at once. Exactly her, she said, that's Elike, Euryclea, the old woman crouched in the shadows of Penelope's garden. Auerbach does such wonderful things with that passage. Do you know Auerbach's discussion of that incident? Oh, I will lend it to you. The textual echoes here are layered. Readers recognize the references to Book 19 of Homer's Odyssey, in which the scene of recognition takes place, and then Elike mentions the passage from Erich Auerbach's Nemestes, in which he describes Homer's poetics. Key here, in relation to the significance of this interlude in Gurner's novel, is the foot washing, which according to Auerbach is the first duty of hospitality toward a tired traveler in all stories of antiquity. The duty of hospitality towards the stranger is a through Gurner's entire oeuvre, and it is something about which he has been vocal in the media too. Compassion, welcome, and the humane treatment of asylum seekers and refugees should not be the exception, but the norm in the way in which Europe engages with those who arrive at her shores. I conclude. Tangled threads of diverse narratives multiple languages and voices, echoes and resonances, old stories that need to be read and retold, tales by travelers from afar. All of these find room in Gurna's capacious narrative world. I hope to have shown, even if briefly, that the linguistic and cultural palimpsests of Gurna's fiction are worth further study, and that such work, which follows the intertextual threads, will lead to a fuller understanding of the richness and subtlety of the tapestry of his fictional universe as a whole. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Steiner, for taking us through the life, the work of Abdrazak Gurna. At least we have now a glimpse, and fortunately we have someone who has even interacted with him. She's read, and she's gone on to know, to find out who's this person, how does he think, and to be able to have her here sharing the experience with us is great. What's going to happen next is we are building up, because this whole session is dedicated to the works and life of Abdrazak Gurna. So we're going to have a panel discussion, strictly 30 minutes, and then 10 minutes will be dedicated to any questions and answers. And I would like to call our panelists, of course starting with the moderator. Can we have Manzi? Manzi is the moderator for this session. Let's give a clap. And they are all going to be sharing about the work of Abdrazak Gurna based on their area of interest. There is migration, others. There are different things that they're bringing together. Dr. Hilma Heister from the University of St. Augustine, Mwanza, Tanzania.
To express my deep pleasure at the opportunity to facilitate this most able panels in discussing briefly the work of the distinguished writer and Nobel Prize winner Abdulrazak Gurna, whom we are here to commemorate the work of. So I will just quickly ask my panel to introduce themselves and give a brief 30-second or 1-minute insight into their experience with Garner's work, starting with Dr. Hilma.
Yes, thank you. My name is Dr. Hilma Heister. I work at St. Augustine University in Mwanza, Tanzania. And in preparation for this conference, I read all of Gurna's novels. And it was a great, It wasn't a hard task. I didn't find him, it didn't seem like he was not written for me. It felt very much like something that was written for me too. I enjoyed all the novels. In my presentation, I have focused on paradise and afterlives, and I've become particularly fascinated with the way he represents the colonial powers. I will share some abstract now, and I will give a presentation on that tomorrow.
I came to him, my name's Natasha. I came to him as an immigrant myself, and I felt like he was the first person to tackle the issues of settler colonialism with honesty. And as a writer myself, I was in groups where a lot of people were rejecting his work as saying he was not writing the African narrative. And so I took it upon myself to really study him and say how actually he was far ahead of many people, like everybody was saying, in tackling colonialism.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anne Ajulu Okungu from Kenya at Kenyatta University. I'm told that around here somewhere, the name Ajulu comes from royalty. But back in Kenya, I'm just one of the nobodies around. I first met Gudna when I started my postgraduate studies. I was introduced by my supervisor. Coming from East Africa, it was a surprise that I hadn't actually met Gudna. But thereafter, I studied Gudna for my master's and for my PhD, and I continue to follow him. My interest mainly is in the way that Gudna centers on the intimate stories of the individuals that he talks about. When he talks post-colonialism, it is not about the macro politics, but it's about the micro politics in the small spaces. So that's my interest.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anne. Thank you so much, Hadija and Dr. Hilma. I think that you can tell how pivotal Guruna's work has been in each of their careers and lives. And now, without further ado, let's dig in. I would like to start with you, Hadija. I would like you to read us maybe a paragraph to give us a sense of Guruna's work, or two, perhaps. Give us a sense of what Guruna's work feels like and what the key themes that you have identified are handled like by Guruna.
My page was a bit long, so I'll just like cut it brief, and then I'll tell you what the chapter is about. So he goes, the last lines of Afterlives is, so what we can know for sure, Iyas told his parents, is that someone loved Uncle Iyas enough to follow him to certain death in a concentration camp in order to keep him company. Does it sound okay? Yeah. So Afterlives is an interesting tale. It talks about this man that finds himself in Tanzania as a Tanzanian, but he, due to abject poverty and a need to establish himself, he kind of escapes and goes into this German mission that was actually an attempt to expand empire within Africa, which is what happened to a lot of Africans that were fighting. But because he doesn't really have an education or really a global grasp of what's going on, he doesn't realize that he's actually fighting the resistance movement in his country. And when he frees himself, he goes back to real life, which is still abject poverty. He finds his sister, is able to pull her out of like indenturehood, because when he had left, a couple of relatives had taken her up and put her into domestic labor. They had abused her and beaten her. So he's able to rescue her, bring him to live with her, and they kind of have an okay, mundane existence. But he then proceeds to do something that's so absurd. He goes to now join another of Germany's expansion missions that they somehow frame again to hide the fact that it's still about colonialism. He finds himself in Germany. He sings for a bit. He gets some mediocre fame as a artist, and then he finds himself participating in Nazism, like a recall for going back to the colonies, to bring back colonies within the country. And eventually he gets sent to a concentration camp because obviously he's black when the Nazis do take power, and his son, who probably has a better grasp on life, still follows him there. So I think it really wraps up what Abdul Razak's point is, because he himself left Zanzibar. He was an Arab, meaning he was a bit on a better level than the blacks of Tanzania, but he was also a settler, and he left through expulsion and went over to England, and then again he goes into abject poverty. He spends his whole life though as a porter working in hotels, and then somehow ends up into professorship, but he still insists on writing about how Africans within the actual structures of the world cannot find
my own point as I answer your question. My interest as I came into this, I can't hear. My interest as I came into this was about abjection and silence. Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. And what I'm discussing is actually from The Last Gift. Yeah. It's not like The Last Gift is my favorite. My favorite is actually Desertion. At the point when I was told to bring in this, I couldn't get hold of my copy of Desertion. So here we are. So I'm looking at this place called Flight, and I'm trying to connect it to what you've asked me. The Last Gift is about Abbas, who, as Professor Steiner said, it looks like is a sequel to Admiring Silence, yeah? I think it is. So Abbas disappears in Admiring Silence without trace, and then he is found in The Last Gift. And it's, you know, what happens is that at the starting point, he has collapsed. And I won't go into the details. He's collapsed in a diabetic coma. And as he works towards recovering his speech and mobility, he goes into a memory retrieval. And it's actually a memory retrieval of coming out of silences, layers of silences. Yeah, so Flight is one of those places where you find um, you are interacting closely with the character, but at the same time you are interacting with the intricacies of style as put forth by Gurna. I'd like to say Gurna, allow me to say Gurna, because I believe it is Gurna, not Ghana. So a little bit about flight, and I'll go on and explain. The third chapter of the last gift. Mfenesini, he said. She sat up in the dark and asked what that was. Then when he said it again, it still made no sense. She switched on the torch that she kept beside her camp bed, pointing it away from him. He too was sitting up in bed, looking towards her. In the middle of the night, she went over to him and put the bedside lamp on. He said the word for the third time. She thought he was rambling, just woken up from a dream about that faraway place in Africa where he came from. Mfenesini, he said for the fourth time, smiling. My school, where I went to school. I told you before. So, Abbas has been silent, completely silent about his background, up to the time that he fell ill, and now the recovery process is comes forth with that memory retrieval and that opening up to speak about his past that he had eluded earlier on. And in this space we see these revelations coming in an intimate space, the bedroom, where he's confined and he's talking to his wife and, just talking about his background and releasing this information in bits and pieces. So here he's talking about starting from, the basics, the school where he went to, and then he goes on and reveals more. But one of the interesting things here is that there are layers of texts here. He speaks a little and writes the rest. So there's a story inside the story, yeah? There's a story that he is saying inside the story. Again, layers of relationships coming up here. The intimacy of the moment and the space, speaks to that what I said earlier on about, close mundane interactions that Gurna is well known for. But again, Gurna is bringing this as a flashback in terms of style, as a flashback, but flashback which is layered with memory retrieval, as I said earlier. So this is one of the things that is going on here. And the other important thing for me is that this chapter is pivotal in this book because, it is the starting point of now those revelations. Because from this chapter onwards, you realize that now his background is revealed more and more, and is written down, and at a certain point in time is even recorded. So there are different texts at play here.
All right, Dr. Ann, I'm going to come back to you on that. But at this point, I want to bring in Dr. Hilma. And Dr. Ann, you talk about the layered nature of Garner's work, the stratification that one finds in his texts, and the fact that there are multifaceted storylines that go on to constitute the total sum of his work. And Dr. Hilma, I want you to perhaps start from that point and then lead on to the colonial question as Garner handles it, because this seems to be something that's very close to his heart. What would be your own interpretation of that?
Quite a challenging moderator, always asking us to bridge to the next one, but let me try. I really understand what you mean with the multifaceted. I think I would pick up on what a previous speaker said about the surprise in Gurna's novels. There always seems to be some core secret which some
several different readings. In my preparation, I've seen some people see it the other way around or look with different accents. But the thing that impressed me or that I found very notable is that the colonial powers are not really very present, especially the characters. If you think of afterlives, I think if you count them, okay, if you count the characters in the last section, whose names are Dr. Köhler, the next one is the lady archivist, and the other one is some other librarian or something. And then there's Feldwebel Walter, you probably remember that, but he's the only one who really has a name that stands out. What's the name of the missionaries at Kilemba? Yeah, it's a man and his wife and his 2 daughters. His daughters have names. So the names do appear sometimes, but in a very offhand way. And also the descriptions, especially in Paradise, don't really create a full picture. These are strange people that are not understood and that are not really part of the narrative. They feature some kind of background figures, which in Paradise have very little influence on the action, in Afterlives a bit more. Therefore I chose the section in Paradise, in section 7, or chapter 7, in Chatu, where the European appears, the German European appears and decides the fight between Aziz and the Sultan of Chatu. In the middle of the morning, a column entered the town. It was led by a European, who marched his men directly to the clearing in front of Chatu's residence. A large tent was quickly pitched and a flagpole erected. The European, who was a tall, balding man with a large beard, was dressed in a shirt and trousers and fanned himself with a wide-brimmed hat. He sat behind a table which his men placed for him and immediately started to write in a book. His column was made up of dozens of askaris and porters, all dressed in shorts and baggy shirts. People gathered round the encampment but were kept at a distance by the askaris, who were well armed. When the merchant heard the news of the column's arrival, he hurried to meet the European. And although he was stopped by the guards at first, he made sure the European saw him. When the European finished his writing, he looked towards the man dressed in a flowing white kanzu and beckoned him nearer. His chief askari, who spoke Kiswahili fluently, stepped forward to translate. The merchant told his story hurriedly, pleading for the return of his stolen goods. After he had heard the story, the European yawned and said he would rest now. He goes to sleep, he wakes up, he eats a meal, and then he says, give back his stuff, and finished. Well, he does say one thing, he says, are you Chatu? That's the only direct speech that any of the Mzungus in this novel gets, apart from the last section, which is kind of like an epilogue. After that, everything is delivered either in indirect speech or in translation, which is a nice way of taking away the voice from these colonizers.
Would you say that that is deliberate? It's a deliberate writing or philosophical approach to the book?
I'm still thinking about that. I'm not 100% sure, but the way he takes away the voice, it seems quite deliberate, because it's really, as I said, there are occasions where they do say like single sentences and they have direct speech, but most of the time it's somebody else reporting what that European said or translating it. So I do feel like it's a strategy, and also not giving them very strong personalities. Even if you look at the Oberleutnant, who has a close relationship to Hamza, and it's kind of intriguing, but we don't really learn much about him. Apart from that, he had a brother who died in a fire. But they remain very sketched characters. They are not full, which has the effect that the story remains focused on the protagonists who are living that story. And the colonial powers are kind of a background threat that is there and that does affect their lives. I'm not saying it doesn't have effect, but it's not the focus what they are doing. It's more the focus what is the protagonist doing. And that does include effects of colonization and so on.
Thank you, Dr. Helma. I see Dr. Ann wants to come in. I just want you to quickly comment before you make your own remarks on how Gurna restores agency to his characters. Dr. Hilma talks about how the colonial question is kept in the background in terms of direct characterization. So is that an attempt by Gurna to actually give agency to these characters who would otherwise be victims of colonization?
I just want to comment on his response to your question about, the fact that is he not deliberate about the place of the colonizer. And I think one of the essays that Gurna writes and talks to Ngugi wa Thiong'o, he says that Ngugi wa Thiong'o presents the colonial experience as if it is homogeneous, as if everybody had the same experience, which is a lie. So I am in agreement that his presentation of this laid-back colonial characters is actually deliberate, because he is in the business of presenting the experience not as homogeneous. People had different experiences, and what I said in part of my research was that Gurna is in the business of doing what Jabulo Debele says, rediscovering the ordinary, moving away from the spectacle and coming down to rediscover and present to us the ordinary, which is everyday experiences. Even within that colonized experience, there are the experiences that are in danger of being evicted. Yeah? When we put, this blanket experience over all of us, yet there are individual experiences within that wider experience. Yeah. So I am in agreement, and you also notice that that Gurna presents other things like slavery away from the colonial slavery. The different levels of slavery, especially in Paradise. There is the slavery of the Rehani kind, the enslaved Hamza, and so on. You see, it's really important when he says that somebody has given, when that character says in Paradise, somebody is giving me freedom, as if he owns that freedom. So it's just Gurna's way of saying, hey, let's not focus too much on colonialism. Yes, it happened. We are not saying that he's not talking about it, but he's talking about it in a very, very different way. Coming back to us and looking at what we did to ourselves, yeah? Even away from the colonial oppression, the different levels of oppression that we needed out to ourselves. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khadija. I just want to come back to you quickly, and I want you to comment on Garner's style. His style, away from the content. Perhaps you could link the two. But he seems, as Dr. Ann alluded, to use a more everyday, common language approach instead of being very esoteric and flowery in his language. So, how effective do you find that style as a seasoned reader and scholar of Garner?
I think he isn't flowery, but I think I was talking to my friend about it because she's never read it, and she was asking me is he in the camp of Chimamanda or is he in the camp of Chinua? And I'd say that I wouldn't pick him up to read. It's not a plot-driven story. It's not one of those stories that you're gonna pick up Makumbi and you're gonna be laughing and you're gonna have your eyes peeled, fascinated. It's, for me, how I read it. It's very much like Chinua. It's like he's a teacher. I've always argued that to really understand what's happening to us as Africans, because it's very hard to see an acknowledgement of it in school before you reach academic levels, or to really understand your role, I guess, in the ordinary life, what you participate in, what you're doing and contributing to reality. So I feel I don't know if I can say his style is I don't know the right word for it, but it's I wouldn't give him an A. Not that I don't like him, but I really I wouldn't give him an A for style. I think it's a hard book to read. I had to be very patient, and then I was really very invested in learning how he saw the world, and
and understanding the lessons that he was teaching, at least for me, when I approached the book. But I'm sure people have different perspectives.
Thank you so much, Khadija. Our time is fast spent, so I'm going to ask Dr. Hilma to just close with an insight into Gurna personally, since you are probably the only one on this panel, the only one in this room who has met the man up close. Yeah, what was he like?
Well, no, as I said, I only met him at a conference. We had like 2 conversations. I can't say I really had a big encounter with him. But he did make an impression. Tina Steiner has met him many times. I think they are friends as far as I can tell. So she's the one who really knows the man. About the style, I'm just wondering myself what I would call it. I think the not flowery seems kind of accurate. I would pin his style to storytelling. I think he's a storyteller. And he's very good at weaving narratives. I mean, the story of Afterlives, it's about Khalifa first. It starts with Khalifa. You might not even remember when you read the book, because Hamza's story is kind of more, has more oomph to it, but it's Khalifa, Hamza, and then Hamza marries the daughter of Khalifa, right? So, and it keeps going back and forth, and sometimes even without like announcing that we're going back to this story. For example, when Hamza joins the military, the first time it's mentioned, you might be confused and think it's still Ilyas, because it's not mentioned Hamza went there. But it starts with he goes to the da-da-da, and you're like, wait, is that? And then you realize, this is the Hamza chapter again. And I think he does that in most books. There are several threads going on, and you really have to have a sharp mind to remember them. Think of Dottie. You have to remember her parentage and what her mother did and where she went and where Dottie went and where her sister is and where her brother is going to school. And it all like weaves together and comes back and forth. And I think that's really quality of particular to Gona's writing. He's really a storyteller of migration and of colonial times at the Swahili coast. And in that, I think he's pretty masterful. Creates the suspense that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Khadija?
Oh yeah, sorry. I feel like what he does that because this could be someone's real life story, I guess. So he models it as close to life as possible.
All right. My great gratitude to Dr. Anne, Khadija, and Dr. Hilma. A round of applause to them. Thank you so much.
I think we've come from that journey of understanding more about Dr. Ansei Brunner. Let me try and practice that.
It says Urana. Don't read that.
Okay, so we are going to just have 4 questions, 2 ladies, gender balance. 2 ladies, 2 gentlemen. If you have any questions, quickly, and then we close this session. 2 gentlemen and 2 ladies. Sister, can I have someone assist with the microphone?
Thank you very much, all presenters. My question goes to the keynote speaker, and was also hinted at by the panelists, by the discussants here. The influence of classical literature on this, I can't attempt it. Let me call it Abdulrazak, that is easier for me. How was he influenced by the classical literature? Because I had a lot of classical literature in him, reference the Odysseys and whatever. Where did he get this? Is it in a school? Was it a colonial school? Or that? And also, I heard that he read the sonnets and had to learn this other, I forgot, had to learn it by heart. How did this all impact on, where did he get that and how did it impact on his work? Secondly, where does this writer stand in the debate of Eurocentric and Afrocentric? In other words, If Ngugi tells us to move to the center, move the Africanicity to the center, where does he lie? Where does his work take us? Does it lead us to balance, or does it lead us to one pole? Thank you.
Can we have any other questions, or we have only one hand? So we've understood, eh? Up to gentlemen, we have a chance for one more, one lady.
Yeah, mine is not a question as such. I'm John Kinto. I'm from the Department of Languages and Communication Studies. I'm not from literature. I'm a bit thinner on literature, but more on linguistics, when the two blend. I'm looking at the level of inspiration from this author. By the way, I studied literature up to year 1 at university, but I didn't have a chance to interact with the research even after. But I see a lot of inspiration which can come to all of us if we actually take it up. The keynote speaker pointed out that most of his works are drawn in the stories around him. And I also see he is himself part of the stories. So I think this is a good inspiration for us to become writers. Because we have a lot actually of stories, we don't have to blend them the way he has done. But I think we can pick a leaf and do a lot more writing. It's a great inspiration to us. That's just a comment I have, not a question.
There's a hand here. Yeah, then. Professor will be okay. I'm trying to be democratic.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the participants and all those who have organized this. My name is Paul Bone. I just have one question. Do you think he was given the Nobel Prize because of the quality of his work or because of the sheer quantity of the work? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question goes to all the panelists. I want you to look at Guna's works and pick out a stylistic feature that you think he has used very well and brought some degree of innovation to the use of that feature, to the level of getting to that particular point of winning a Nobel Prize.
So I think those were the 4 hands. Ladies, you've defeated yourselves.
This.
Yeah? Gentlemen first. I got to ladies first. Okay, so now let's go back to the panel.
Yes, there was a question for the keynote speaker here. The first question was linked, yes. No, we want the keynote speaker to have the opportunity, yes, to address it.
Thank you, sister, for that question. So I haven't found in any of the literature a specific reference to how he encountered classical literature. It was definitely a colonial schooling experience on Zanzibar, so it's entirely possible that abridged versions, like we encountered at school, would have also been presented there. But I know that once he arrived in England, and books were not as hard to get to, he read voraciously from when he arrived. He is a very voracious reader, so that's all I can say. I haven't found him declaring, how he found classical literature.
Dr. Hemon.
Yeah, the question is justified. Shouldn't Africans write African literature without looking at European literature as a model? it's a justified question. It's the same with the 1960s writers from Africa. They all went to Cambridge and then they came back having read all those books that they were supposed to read, and they are in their minds. So, in a way, if the literature is there, on the other hand, I would also make a bold claim that there's just so much more European literature. There's like thousands and thousands and thousands of books that you could choose from to be inspired, and African literature has not reached that quantity yet. And I just think, why not make use of what is there? Just like Westerners would appropriate any culture they encounter to produce new art. And I think it would be very restrictive to say we don't want that. But it's not bad to be aware of it. Now I would like to bridge to the Nobel Prize question. Do they give Nobel Prizes for quantity or quality? From what I have heard so far in my career as a literature scholar, it's almost never quantity. I mean, 10 novels, that's a moderate quantity. It's not little, but it's not like immensely many books. But I think they never give it for quantity. They give it for impact and for quality. And brings me to the stylistic feature. I'll hang myself out there and say, I think he's a masterful innovator of cognitive ellipsis. Ellipsis is known, right? You leave something out. Cognitive ellipsis simply means you leave something out that is thought or held in our minds. And I think that happens a lot across these novels, especially the ones about migrants living in England. There's always something they leave out or that is just eluded in their minds and which they either recover or which remains a blank spot. So I think that's one stylistic device that I think is somehow innovative. I'm sure other authors have done similar things, but that would be an answer to that. Thank you.
Can I just ask Dr. Ann to also comment on that and the questions that were asked, and then we'll come to you.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Dr. here, except that he's put it in a very sophisticated way. Ellipsis. Gurna is great on the motif of silence. And if you go through his texts, all of them, there's that motif that runs through. In fact, one of his texts, the narrator is not named. And he's a very unreliable narrator, you know, those tenets of the motif of silence. And for me, this is the one style that runs through the text and which he calls ellipsis. What is left out, but which actually speaks volumes in the text that he's written. For me, that's a very great style.
Thank you. Do you have a comment on the stylistic feature that you think Garner excels at?
I have just answered that.
Oh, okay. In a sophisticated way as well.
At least I think I have. But let me get naughty about the Nobel Prize. I think and this is really naughty. There's something that they look at this, they say, oh, we haven't been in East Africa for the longest time. And Gurna is English writing Kiswahili area. So what do we do with him? Let's give him this one. No, that's big naughty. Sorry.
Adija, any comments?
I think Khadija can take over. Sister is going to get a vote for the women. I'm going to play a gender card and give it to sister. But let's hear from Khadija and then sister. The panel has handed over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to, I forgot his name, Dr. I can't even say it because my ears are bad. Dr. Okay, Doctor, you said there are more European books available, and therefore we get most of our inspiration there, which is correct, because even one writer can have 40 books and so on. But I believe that Africa also has a lot of literature, oral literature. For example, in Uganda here we speak like over 40 languages, and each ethnic group has got a body of literature. The problem is not published. So shall we say, let's use what's available, meanwhile this one is dying? I mean, I'm not asking you, I'm asking myself, we are asking ourselves together, how do we make sure that the volume of African literature goes up so that we have a large body of literature to inspire our younger people, without neglecting the European literature, because literature is a global experience. We can eat from here, we can eat from there, but the fact that we are eating only from one side, I feel that we are really, we have a problem here.
Yes, Doctor, finally, I think.
Thank you, sister, for that question. I think if you listened to the keynote, you notice that intertextuality is not just about the European influence.
Correct.
There's influence from Africa, from oral tradition. So I think we are looking at what Gandhi calls referents, the things that you operate around that finally influence your narrative. Yeah? He operated around the tales when he was younger. He interacted with the European tradition. So all this influence what he writes at the end of the day. Yeah. But for us to grow African literature, things that we are doing like this one, conferences where we learn more and then we grow African literature.
If I may take the moderator's prerogative to just make a final comment on Garner's handling of identity and how his work therefore should be viewed and should direct readers and scholars. I think that Garner at an individual level finds himself in a unique place because he is classified as Zanzibari British. But when you think of what Zanzibaris actually are, they are not Africans in the classical sense of the word. They too migrated at a certain point in time. So he is someone who finds himself caught between civilizations. Is he Asian? Is he African? Or is he now European? So I think his work therefore offers an entry point. It gives us a point of departure into how all of these conflicting identities can be masterfully handled and ultimately woven into a single tapestry of cohesion and acceptance in a scheme of global coexistence. Those would be my parting shots. Thank you.
Yeah, so with that said, I think let's give a clap for the panel. Once again, I'm Dr. Linda Lillian, and my co-MC is Jacob Katsime, and we are glad to have been part of this first session of the International Literature Conference. And glad to say that we've been supported by all these Home Foundation at the time, the embassy of the Swedish embassy, and Fountain Publishers and Kyambogo University, where we are seated right now. So why I'm trying to create delaying tactics is because my co-MC is trying to find out whether the lunch is what? Is ready. But I hope to get the answer very, very quickly, so that we can move on and so that we can have lunch and move on to the next session. I know that the energy levels must have gone low, so I'm not going to drag it. I'm just going to wait for the what? For the answer. Just turn to your neighbor, get to know them. You never know, you might get a contact. There is a, yes? Yes? You have a question? When the panel has left. It's for you, maybe. It's for me. If it's for me, it's okay. Yeah, and the discussion that we see that it's flowing quite well, because tomorrow we'll be looking at oral what? Oral literature and the category which is in Africa. So that is something we are going to venture in.
You can ask the question. It's fine.
Well,
my question will go in line with what Sister was asking. Can we, is there a possibility of helping the young people to, like, is the Western the only means of getting inspired? Like, is there a possibility of us inventing our own such that we can be inspired with what we have seen, and maybe the others also copy from us, other than us having them only as a point of reference? Is there that, should we have that hope that one day we will be the ones inspiring those people?
yes, actually this is the time.
Yeah, like you're saying, it is the time. Someone wants to answer, then I'll answer too.
Actually, to answer your question, this is the time, because if you have to look at the stages civilization has gone through, we started off from Asia. And then from Asia we moved to Europe, and then from Europe we went to America. So COVID-19, the 2020 shift is now, it's coming to Africa. So what was formerly known as a dark continent will actually become a source of light to the entire globe. So this is the time. That's my perception.
Maybe just to add on is, Africa has a very rich oral tradition. I work in Karamoja, so I know. I sit and just listen and just smile. Even when they are negotiating peace, someone is telling a story. And if you listen to it, and it's full of humor, bluntness, you know, there's a way Africans speak. So there's a lot of room. The opportunity you're getting at this conference is you're seeing how one of us has played around with it and has been successful in putting it into print, and it has succeeded. So that is our testimony right now. So there is hope for you. There is hope for you. The questions are not.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for being.
No, it's okay.
Can we have, is there a possibility of us having an African Nobel Prize? Other than waiting for the one of the whole world. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm an undergraduate student and I feel like I should. Yeah.
I don't know whether we should sing It's Time for Africa. That's fine. But I think those are discussions. This is a wake-up call.
Yes.
It's waking us up, and we are beginning to think. And I like the way you're the next generation, and I love the way you're thinking. And it's not that it's something that is impossible. And by the way, even if you say we are going to give an award to Africa, like I say, in the world of literature, we are a family. So she can write something and we are like, wow. And she's read a lot about colonialism, migration. You understand, she has interacted with that. And so even if she brings it to the table, we are not going to say that it's about the Western and African. The truth is, it's about the quality and how it speaks to our experiences. Okay, so I've been told to resolve this session, and as we wait for lunch, give you enough time to interact and discuss some of these things. Like we can start the conversation on the next Nobel of Africa. It won't be called Nobel. What will we call it?
What if we want to resolve it?
Okay, let's give a clap for ourselves. It's a good one. So lunch is ready. Let's make our way. Just the other side.
How much time for lunch?
Lunch, what time is it?
1 hour.
You can't have lunch by not 50, you can't have lunch.
45.
Yeah, so let's
You know my partner is sweetheart.
Please make your way to the
Cheers.
make your way to the other side for lunch. Right now it's 1:58. We shall be back by 2:30. 2:30, let's be back.
of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Please come back to the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the hall.
Friends, you're welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you do not doze off in the next session. So, we are going to invite Professor Andrea Casatella to lead the next session. Professor Andrea Casatella is a philosopher, a theorist, a scholar, a teacher at Mackay Institute of Social Research, MISA, and he has recently published a book, 2023, Beyond the Secular. Professor Andrea Casatella.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor to be here today. I'm not a scholar of literature, but I have a keen interest in literature and literary theory. And so I'm very glad to be here with you today. So if I might ask some question at some point, I come from a different angle. Please bear with me. So it's a great pleasure today to focus on Gurna, that the contamination of identity that pushed to the extreme maybe exemplify what is in fact happening at the level of the continent, but in places where the history of the nation state impedes, in fact, this contamination to appear. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the first presenter. So we'll invite it one by one, and then we'll take 10 minutes each for presentation, and we'll do question and answer right away. So the first person is Professor James Michael Hodap, who is Associate Professor in the Liberal Arts Program at Northwestern University in Qatar. He's presenting on Swirling Synthesis. Abdulrazak Gurna is an African, Indian Ocean, and archipelagic writer.
Okay, well, thank you all for being here. Maybe I'll wait just a second. It's supposed to be a PowerPoint, but actually I'll just go. So the title of this is Swirling Synthesis, Gurna as an African, Indian Ocean, and Archipelagic Writer. But actually it's just about Gurna as an Indian Ocean writer for the most part. So while the multi of Gurna's work has been the basis of much analysis in popular and academic spaces, categorizing Gurna and his work has been more difficult than judging its quality. In this talk, I acknowledge the limitations of categorization as well as authors' typical resistance to it, while acquiescing that categorization is a powerful tool that impacts the scope of a writer's audience, the spaces in which a writer's work is available, and perhaps most importantly for us, how it finds or lacks traction in academia. For Gurna, the question of categorization is particularly fraught because he transcends so many categories. He is referred to as an African writer, a Black British writer, an Indian Ocean writer, an Afropolitan writer, a world literature writer, and a post-colonial writer, among others. For example, if you were to Google him, he is referred to as a Tanzanian British writer, even though, as we have noted, he was born in Zanzibar before it was part of Tanzania. Ultimately, I argue 2 points about Gurna and categorization. First, I argue that while we may find categorization an unsavory tool for oversimplifying authors and their work, the problem is actually that we do not categorize enough. That is, too often popular and academic critics limit authors to singular categories rather than allowing them to coexist in a multitude of categories. Secondly, I argue that even though Gurna can inhabit many of the categories mentioned above, some are more fitting than others, not only because they align more smoothly with the nature of his work, but because they represent more flexible categories. I will particularly focus on how Gurna fits in Indian Ocean studies and its emphasis on fluid notions of subjectivity and circulatory flows that align well with Gurna's own representations of subjectivity, specifically in Memory of Departure, Paradise, and By the Sea. Before proceeding to Gurna's Indian Ocean bona fides, it's relevant to ask ourselves why it matters in which category we place writers like Gurna. Writers themselves are notoriously resistant to categorization, particularly those from the non-Western world. Critics like Aaron Beatty have referenced this trend among authors from Africa and other places, but noticing that authors from Africa are, quote, not particularly invested in being called African writers, in large part because it sets limits on their relevance, while Western writers are often cast simply as writers, empowering them with a sense of universalism. Despite the way categorization, are we? No? Oh. Is it cool. Let's see, where were we? Despite the way categorization can be mobilized to delimit the horizons of non-Western writers, it is also a powerful tool that impacts the scope of a writer's audience, the space in which a writer's work is available, and how that writer gains traction in academia via courses, conferences, special issues, and other ways in which texts and authors become the subject of lasting literary discourses. In other words, whether we like it or not, and my sense is that many of us do not, categorization is influential in determining the scope of text circulation, particularly in academia. And our focus should not be on bemoaning that obviously categorization cannot possibly encompass the complexity of literary texts and their authors, but to appreciate categorization as an organizing principle for how we digest the increasingly enormous corpus of text around the world. Therefore, we need to focus on doing it well by establishing an ethics of literary categorization, and while this talk can't fully articulate that ethics here, it can participate in its imaginary. That is, too often, popular and academic critics limit authors to singular categories rather than letting them exist in many. As Nigerian-American Teju Cole puts it, author Teju Cole puts it, quote, labeling is rarely the problem. It is being restricted to just one label. You're just one thing and can't be anything else, unquote. Thus, categorization is both essential and inherently fraught. So any attempt to categorize an author and their work must be inflected with the possibility of multiplicity. So, with all of that, how then should we categorize Gurna and his work? While Gurna is from Zanzibar and his work frequently engages Zanzibar, it is also often set in England, in continental East Africa. Moreover, his works, with perhaps the exception of Dadi, take as their subject the movement of people into and out of or within the Indian Ocean world. Even work such as his 2011 novel The Last Gift, about two pensioners in England, is about the immigrant experience, specifically how they have coped with the ramifications of leaving as East Africa decades earlier. Gurna, then, is an Indian Ocean writer not because he entrenches his work in the geography of the Indian Ocean littoral, but rather because just as Arab, South Asian, Indigenous, African, and other identities, cultures, and languages swirl, slip, and circulate in a complex milieu, so do Gurna's representations. As many scholars have contended, the Indian Ocean comes into being as a subject through its focus on the circulation of people, ideas, and commodities, via the physical routes propelled by trade winds and monsoons, as well as by the structures of religions, languages, and a roughly defined geographic location. In this spirit, Gurna's work is not national, Zanzibarian or Tanzanian or English, nor continental, as connections to non-Indian Ocean parts of East Africa are almost non-existent in his work, but it is concerned with the large-scale swaths of sea that connect many of the shores of the Indian Ocean and beyond. In this way, Gurna is an Indian Ocean writer, but more accurately, his geography is expansive by encompassing the shore, the ocean, and the island from a perspective grounded in the Indian Ocean imaginary as a lens through which to understand the world. He queers the colonial gaze, in which the colonizers were viewed through a singular hegemonic Eurocentric lens by generating his own non-hegemonic Indian Ocean perspective that takes the Indian Ocean littoral as an interconnected global center through which we can better understand the world. This centering of the Indian Ocean creates a self-reflective lens on the region as well as a way of seeing the rest of the world, especially England, with Indian Ocean eyes. While I certainly do not agree with those who cast Gurna as one of the most prominent narrators of the Indian Ocean, I do want to stress 2 points to embellish on the notion of Gurna as an Indian Ocean writer that inform this talk. The first is that the Indian Ocean itself does not constitute an inherently better center of study than African continental modes for Gurna. This is part of an issue that many people have with centering Gurna in Africa via the unit of the nation. And so what the Indian Ocean model offers is a non-national way of thinking. But rather it offers an alternative framework to be combined with existing terracentric predispositions in the study of East Africa, South Asia, and Middle East. That did nothing. Oh, there we go. All right. As Alexis Wick has succinctly pointed out, the moral of maritime history, I don't know how I'm supposed to 20-minute presentation in 10 minutes. As Alexis Wick has succinctly pointed out, the moral of maritime history should resist the geohistoricist instinct of replacing one objective space with another, because there is nothing less political or ideological in the notion of the sea than there is in the notion of the nation state. Here, Wick cautions against supporting a positivist value for the oceanic simply because it avoids the nation as its primary unit and the continent as its locale. It is relevant that we imagine the Indian Ocean in Gurna's work not as simply a replacement for terracentric models, but as working in conjunction with them and others to allow us fuller readings of authors like Gurna. So this is the part where I get into the close reading. But like, if there's 2 minutes, then there's no close reading. But take my word for it. There's like really great text. I'm like, really, can I just get a word in? Some great quotes. That's the end of Paradise. So we're all Gurna scholars, right? The famous ending of Paradise, where essentially, I'm going to try to just ad-lib this stuff. So essentially, this is very interesting because what Yusuf ends up doing is he essentially embraces being an Askari and a Shustrupa, essentially embracing European colonialism over more traditional modes of being in the Indian Ocean world, which I think this is kind of what makes this and the whole shit-eating thing that happens here, which makes this kind of so shocking and not something that we traditionally expect from a post-colonial writer, right? If anything, post-colonial writers tend to idealize the pre-European, and what Gurna's done is flip that on its head, and there's lots of articles about that, as I'm sure many of you know. Memory of Departure. Basically, this is the narrator talking about how even though years have passed, the kind of misconceptions and the feelings of the basic idea being that like the proximity that is supposed to lead to familiarity and acceptance have not done that, and that the signs of the feuds and the disagreements and difference are still present. And I think there's one more. Yeah. Where am I supposed? Okay. And so that there's this memory of blood is the last part here. Is that this memory of blood, that these, when you're talking about the Arab slave trade, when you're talking about South Asian merchants, when you're talking about people who used to be slaves, the idea that somehow in the post-colonial moment that all is kind of washed away in some way, or that just because it's not right there on the surface anymore, that it's somehow, not as felt immediately. I think a lot of what Gurna has to say in this, in particular, is about how actually that is still incredibly active, but perhaps just under the surface and not as much as it was in, say, the late 19th century, early 20th century. Anyway, that's like a Cliff Notes version of my presentation. But thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have to be in this unpleasant position to cut off, but I follow higher powers here today. So we're going to take 2 or 3 questions from the audience. If there are any? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I'm looking at the controversy of placing Abdulrazak Gurna where he belongs as a writer. And I'm wondering why there is that controversy in the first place. Because as a human being, he has a belonging, he's born somewhere. And that somewhere is on a continent. Why should we doubt calling him an African writer? And much as there are other, his writings have. It was called intertexting. There's a word the keynote speaker used. It was a new word, intertextuality. Quite an interesting word. Is it because of the intertextuality? So as far as I'm concerned, I just know him as an African writer, and I would have no controversy about that. Thank you.
Cool. I think the point that I was trying to make is that it's perfectly acceptable to call him an African writer, and many other things. Is that does not need to be it's not exclusive, right? It's not he's an African writer, so he can't be a Black British writer, because we have all of these complications. He left Africa, Zanzibar, in 1967 or something like that, right? And so we have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that he's written all of his books in England in English, and that most of his books are about, like, if the ones set in Africa are about, like, the coast of Africa for the most part, a very small section, and is often about the mixing of Arabs, South Asians, indigenous Africans, Germans, English, right? And so, like, I'm cool, call him an African writer, but don't close him off and not let him be other things at the same time.
Thank you very much. As T.S. Eliot says, before a writer writes, he looks at, has all this history of his ancestors weighing on him, and then he has his own experiences. And then when you go to African literature, we define African writing about African experiences or alluding to African situations and so forth. And he's a writer who literally partly educated in Africa, on colonial Africa, shaping his background, early childhood, so to speak, all early years of his life. And now he goes to England, he has all these experiences, and he recollects some of this, and he acquires new experiences. So what do we call that? I just want to be educated on how we can define that without categorizing. Of course, categorizing
is difficult, as quite agree with you. You cannot say this. But how do you define that? How do you, I mean, not define, describe that? Is there a term to help us describe this writer? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the foundational debates of African literature, right? It's like what this, I forgot the guy who wrote, it's literally called What is African Literature? It was somebody else, but in the 1961. But anyway, the point just being that so is anything written by an African literature, right? If you write an instruction manual for an iPad, is that African literature, right? Or are there certain themes? Are there certain notions? Are there certain ideas? Are there certain, basically themes and the content of what one writes, right? And so if Gurna had written a bunch of, novels about, suburbans, suburban, where is the University of Kent, would we call him an African writer? And I'm not here to, lay down the authoritative answer to that, but that's a fundamental question. And so, I think the main thing with categorization is to allow these categories to coexist, but then also to understand that there's always going to be nuance, right? So you have writers who are born in Africa, write about African things, and it's very easy to call them an African writer. Then you'll have other people, and many of these people are the fundamental writers that we think about, right? Ngugi, right? He did not stay around Kenya, for the last couple of decades. He's been in California, right? Achebe, the same thing, right? He left and he was at Bard College for 20 years or something in Massachusetts. And this is not me saying they're not real African writers or something, but that if we're going to have some type of straight litmus test, then many of the foundational writers of African literature are not going to meet that test. And so I don't think it's a particularly useful way of thinking about it, but a broader sense. And so that's why, like I said before, I think calling Gurna an African writer is perfectly fine, as long as we kind of allow him to exist in these other categories.
Thank you very much for your presentation, your discussion. My name is Iga. I was saying to Professor earlier that I have not read Gurna that much, but the little that I have, I find him completely, maybe I shouldn't use the word completely, I find him quite consumed by what he writes about. This question of colonialism, the question of conqueror against vanquished, and its effects. In one of your slides, the last slide, I think, gleaming, these things still gleam. And it is very difficult to talk literature, any literature, without talking politics. Sometimes I listen to my own president saying how the African chief was all those adjectives and ineffective, and then I look at the current African chief, and then I reflect on Gurna and his obsession. And I just wonder, when you look at it as scholars, when you look at it as academics, when you research, when you interact with other people, what hope did Gurna have? What hope does he offer? Where is it? If things still gleam with blood.
There's a couple of really interesting points there. One, that obsession with domination and different forms of it. As someone said earlier, I don't think Gurna is actually that interested in European colonialism. I think he's much more interested in the much longer era of the Arab slave trade. I think he's much more interested in kind of a South Asian mercantile class that has dominated east of Africa for a very long time. And so all of these forms of domination then lead to this question, what's the, is there hope? Is there? And I have found him, as I said earlier, that he doesn't do the post-colonial thing of saying, because you have this classic post-colonial move, which is, hey, before colonization, things were so much better. So you know what we need to do? We need to get back in touch with the pre-colonial, and then we'll be great again. This is not Gurna. Gurna is not saying that. Gurna is saying, you want to see something really ugly? see what happened right before European colonialism. Not as a way to make European colonialism look good. That's not the point. But the Arab slave trade was no picnic, and it was like 400 years, And so I personally, I've not seen a lot of hope in what Gurna has to say. I don't see lots of lights at the end of the tunnel and just do this. Part of his personal story and his books are like getting away, going to England, going to Europe, going to wherever. But also the focus of those books is how that escape isn't really an escape, right? That you can be in the UK living your detached life, but like in the Last Gift, it's gonna haunt you until the day you die. So I mean, I don't personally, I'd love to hear what other people have to say, but like I don't see Gurna as like, a really hopeful writer. I see him as a very realistic writer.
I think we have to cut it here. Thank you very much. Let's. So in the interest of organization, I just want to get a sense of the next speakers, if they are all here. So I'm going to call them out, and please self-identify yourself. So next we have Achite Beatriz. Yes. Then Chibueze Darlington. Chibueze is not here. Okay. Then Emmanuel Kilatu, or Chilatu. Okay. Just wait a second there. And then Mrs. Kokila. So we just have 2 presenters to go. Okay. So we're gonna have now Achite Beatriz. I hope I spell it correctly. She's going to present on transcultural identity in Abdur Razak Gurna's Memory of Departure and By the Sea.
Thank you. My name is Beatrice Akire. Yes, I think that is also cultural. Yeah, the pronunciation is with the T. 10 minutes? Okay, so we have to really summarize. My presentation looks at the issues of othering as a ground to find self in a rather unwanted milieu. The text that I will be looking at, or that I've looked at, is By the Sea and Memory of Departure. One's sense of self is always mediated by the image one has of the other, and this is Crapanzano telling us this. He says, I have asked myself at times whether a superficial knowledge of the other in terms of some stereotype is not a way of preserving a superficial image of oneself. And therefore, I will look at Memory of Departure. It captures the tale of a young man, Hassan, who struggles in his search to find and define himself betwixt different cultural crossings. The novel is partly set in the fictional coastal town of Kenge, bordering Kenya and Tanzania, and partly in Nairobi. By the Sea, on the other hand, published in 2001, brings to light the situation of modern displacement. The novel brings to light a focus on Zanzibar and England, divided into 3 parts with a focus on narrations by Saleh Omar, who is Shaban, and Latif Mahmoud, and who are seeking for a quest for asylum, which is at the heart of the story. As I handle the transcultural identities in these 2 novels, I'm conscious of the cultural restrictions that often make us ignorant of the other. A reference that often indicates the less placed and privileged on the social bearing. Therefore, in finding one's place in any given context, one has and has not What one has and has not is very crucial, leave alone in these texts, but even in normal situations. Therefore, where do we start from? From the center, I would say. This would, in many instances, answer the questions. Who are you? Where are you from? Where do you belong? Therefore, one does not have a lot of asking to do to explain themselves when they have something of their own. In our Buganda context, this would translate to something like Tambula go Muganda. In By the Sea, Kevin Eldenman, the official who is supposed to stamp Shaban's passport to allow him entry into England, puts him to task. He asks him, Mr. Shaban, look at yourself and look at all these things you brought with you. This is all you'll have if you stay here. What do you think you'll find here? Let me tell you something. My parents were refugees from Romania. I would tell you that if we had more time, but what I mean is, I know something about uprooting yourself and going to live somewhere else. I know about hardships of being alien and poor because that is what they went through when they came here, and I know about rewards. But my parents are European. They have a right. They are part of the family. He continues to say, you don't belong here. You don't value any of the things we value. You haven't paid for them through generations, and we don't want you here. We'll make life hard for you, make you suffer, perhaps even commit violence on you. There are some words that catch the ears, even when one does not wish to. References like, this is all you'll have, my parents were European, they have a right, they are part of the family. These inferences are rather unfortunate in this scenario when one is seeking for a living outside one's land. Yet, in another, the fight for ownership is revealed as a human attribute. Everybody seems to be working for what is theirs. This is ours, not theirs. This is us, not them, yours. The unspoken words seem to be pointing to some direction. Mr. Shaban, who are you? What do you want? What do you have? What is your root? It becomes conclusively real when he says, you don't belong here. You haven't paid anything through generations. A response is definitely needed. He responds, my given name was Ismail Rajab Shaban Mahmoud. Those were the names on my documents. My name, my father's name, my grandfather's name, my great-grandfather's name. When I started on my journey, the stewardess called me Mr. Mahmoud. From then on, I was Ismail Mahmoud, whose friends called him Latif. Yes, as we listen to this, it points to inheritance, our belonging to one class of people than another. Our root is inherited, our land is inherited, so is our territory, which we must guard jealously the way Edelman does. When the father interrogates the old man of 65, who is an intruder in this land that he is unwanted in, the differences are spelled out. Mr. Shaban, you don't even speak the language, and you probably never will. Why didn't you stay in your country where you could grow old in peace? This is a young man's game, this asylum business. There is nothing moral in it. It is just greed. No fear of life and safety. Mr. Shaban, a man of your age should know better. This outburst of what lies beyond the known in the European mind is a bitter one to take. I refer to Mark O'Neill Rubato, whose PhD research focuses on Gunnar's fiction. He acknowledges this fact. He says, the creation of a number of different labels to identify refugees, bogus asylum seekers, spontaneous asylum seeker, failed asylum seeker, has increased the difficulties for asylum seekers to exercise their right to a claim, a refugium, which often results in a temporary protection or the so-called Category B refugee status. On the other hand, Frances Dallet also notes that the centralizing of the experience of the refugees can prove particularly fruitful in a number of different debates as a politicizing gambit, as the rejection of an ethics based on autonomy or individualism, or because of the difficulty in drawing distinctions between state and non-state. This becomes a problem. All these references could be a purging effect to the affected at the moment. However, does it last? When one is reminded of their history, when one is redemanded of their being less or of not belonging, not being needed, yet seeking refuge. Historically, there's a certain degree of connectedness. The East Coast of Africa can clearly stand for what Mary Louise Pratt names contact zones. That is, those social spaces where desperate cultures meet, clash, and grapple with each other, often in highly asymmetrical relations of domination and subordination, yet ambivalently. We can't talk about identity without looking at the complexities and anxieties that come with being in a foreign land. I use foreign not to extrapolate the deferred, but as an indication of the cultural crossings that come with being alien. In memory of departure, it is Hassan who could best explain the importance of this fact. He meets his uncle, who explains thus: "They went together and left me to rest. I changed into a clean shirt for the third time in a day. I would have to do this before washing, before going to bed. I found them outside, clean and corded, the side flap mended, the canvas brilliant and stiff, the hole in the toe cap gaping, black and jagged like a nasty wound." This is a dialogue between them, a conversation that takes them to the issue of the hole in the shoe, and one that is looked at in an unwanted way. The issues of homelessness, and loneliness come to play. When we meet Shaban, he gives us a preamble to his state of life. He says, "I live in a small town by the sea, as I have all my life, though for the most of it was warm, green ocean a long way from home. Now I live the half of a stranger, glimpsing interiors through the television screen and guessing at the tireless alarms which afflict people I see in my strolls. Perhaps they are only straining against the cold winds that blows in from the murky ocean. I'm trying too hard to make sense of the sight. It is not easy, after all these years, to learn not to see, to learn discretion about the meaning of what I think I see. I'm fascinated by their faces. They jeer at me." Okay, as I look at the two texts, Memory of Departure and By the Sea, I will end with the plight for education. Education, which we know serves different purposes depending on the need. And it, of course, indicates alienation and so forth. So it spells out a certain loss and alienation from one's homeland. And when Latif gets a request to translate for the asylum seeker, he says, "When they see me, would they tell me or think to themselves how English I had become, how different, how out of touch?" as if it was either here or there, whether I had not, as if it proved something uncomplicated about alienation. So he expresses his fears of being away, of, you're not sure where you are, where is your placing. And he is out of touch with these people, while where he is also almost out of touch. While focusing on oral exchanges, Tina Steiner argues that the text constantly draws attention to the link between language and identity and underlines how both migrants constantly negotiate, translate between and within languages in order to forge a transnational identity. As we celebrate our Nobel Prize winner, Abdul Razak Guna, I implore us not to forget the purpose of our writing as a people. And I quote Carlos Larson's definition of literature. He says, literature is not so limiting that only one interpretation is possible. We cannot all be African and Westerner, black and Caucasian. What is important, it seems to me, is that when we read a piece of non-Western literature, we realize that the interpretation we make of it may be widely different from that the artist intended, and contrarily, that we should expect people who are not of our own culture and heritage to respond in the same way that we do our own literature. Literature, therefore, is an effective voyage into a previously untraveled world. I implore us to continue to celebrate the cultural binarism, the bindings that we share as Africans, as writers, and in fact, it is only through that that we'll be able to continue the economic and cultural revolution that Okot Pabitek advocates for in Artist the Ruler. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. So I'm informed that we now proceed to all presentation, and we keep the question for the very end. So I invite the next presenter online, Chibueza Darlington Anuonye, who is a literary conversationist, editor, and writer. So is he online? So it doesn't seem to be online yet. So we go to the next presenter, and then maybe we come back. So the next presenter is Emmanuel Chilatu from the Department of Foreign Languages and Literature, University of Dodoma, Tanzania.
Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you very much. My presentation will be focused on Abdulrazak Guna's Admiring Silence. And my title of the start the burden of telling the shocking truth, and the desires of the characters to keep silent. So the title as such, Admiring Silence, is a quest for the characters to remain silent despite everything. But as such, in the process of the narrative, you find that the characters do not remain silent because the truth which they have in their hearts is so shocking. So they have to tell it despite everything. So one of the characters is the narrator, who is nameless. The first instance whereby he confronts the truth or he is forced to break one in the silence is when he goes to the hospital. Now, after he has been diagnosed by the doctor and has been found to be suffering from a heart disease, the doctor long diagnosed him as having an Afro-Caribbean nature. The kind of people who normally suffer from such kind of a disease. But the narrator would like to be a gentleman. He desires silence. But on getting back home, he has a burden of telling the fact. He tells his wife that he has been longly diagnosed as having a heart disease, which is a confine of Afro-Caribbeans. Again, the other instance whereby the narrator fails to keep silence is when is confronted by the realities of colonialism. It has been a case that colonialism has always been blamed on the colonialists. But the thing which has been forgotten that Africans also were the culprits in the business. There were those who sold out their brothers and sisters. So through his wife, Emma, the narrator is confronting this unpleasant truth. He would like to keep silent and to blame it on the colonialists. But as such kind of truth is so shocking. So eventually, he has to admit it despite everything. The other thing which the narrator observes and which forces him to acknowledge or to tell the truth is the fact. And now this is, yes, sorry, a moment. Now the other thing which the narrator would like to keep silent is about the union between Tanganyika and Zanzibar. He reveals that this kind of a union was forged on unequal terms, but he would like to keep silent. But in the process, he doesn't maintain that. He goes ahead and he tells that, okay, well, this is a union, but the way it was contracted, it wasn't on equal terms. The other thing which the narrator talks about, despite demanding silence, is the fact that African countries should embrace democracy, especially the multi-party democracy. And this is a way of getting out of dictatorship. Although he might like to keep silent, but in the process, he says these truths which might be unpleasant. Finally, the narrator talks about the need of expressing our unity as Africans with the rest of humanity, especially those who are suffering from wars, hunger, and dictatorial regimes. Now I quote what he says. Why, I say, our societies, when we are so different, from Timbuktu to Algiers, to Havana, to East Timor? Because in this, we're all the same, that we keep silent and ignore the for fear of our lives, while the bloated tyrants fat and stamp only for their pet gratification. You find this in Admiring Silence on page number 192. So I conclude that this paper has discussed the use of silence as a motif and Guna's admiring silence. By highlighting that admirable silence would be, in actuality, characters find it hard to keep silent. Because by doing so, they would be replacing truth that they have to tell. Now, since all the reasons that make characters admire silence, and the way they fail to observe that silence, have not been covered in this study, it is recommended that more studies should be done to uncover silence, to uncover what silence implies to characters in Guna's admiring silence and his other novels. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, also for keeping quite amply within times. So we'll proceed to the next presenter. Let's see if it's online. Once again, Chibueza Darlington Anunwe. So I'm told is not. So let's proceed to the next presenters. There are two. They should also be online. Mrs. Kokila and Dr. Swarnalata. Are they online available? It is a recording, I'm told. Okay, by the time you prepare the recording, let's proceed to some questions for the last two presenters. Yes, please.
I was just wondering, in your abstract, in your presentation, you didn't say it, but you said the truth cannot be repressed; it will speak by itself. I strongly doubt that. The truth never speaks. The people who speak, and then if they speak, sometimes the truth comes out. If they don't speak, the truth doesn't have a chance. I mean, think of King Oedipus. He would never have found out the truth about himself if he wouldn't have started asking people and talking to people. So I think there's something else hidden there about the truth coming out and the silences being broken than the truth itself doing some job. It must be something else that is going on. And it seems like it's either the character needs the kind of relief of revealing the truth, or other people push them so much that they finally reveal it. So I was just wondering what you think it is that brings out the truth in these people.
Thank you very much. Truth is there, despite that everyone, or almost everyone, would not admit that. But the obvious truth is that truth is there, and the facts are there. So maybe they might wait for an opportune time when someone will come out and tell the truth as it is. But the truth as such, regardless of whether it is told out or not, remains to be the truth. That is my meaning.
Any more questions for both candidates?
I think I'm missing some. Would love someone to help me make a distinction between truth and suspense. As a literature student, I've seen I wrote something to do with the technique of suspense, and I think I'm confusing it with silence. So I need some help such that I can make a distinction between the two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In the context of Guna's admiring silence, silence as it's used in the narrative is a motif, a recurring idea which is presented here in the game. So it is not like the same way in the other literary text. When you talk about suspense, you talk about suspending some kind of exposition or expression of ideas or themes. But within the context of Guna's admiring silence, silence has been used as a motif, a recurring idea which is used to carry out themes, as I said, and as well as a way of the characters. When they break the silence, it is when truth comes out.
So we're going to now play one of the presentation, and then later on we'll have more time for questions.
Good afternoon all. This is Ms. M. Gokila Manikandan from Tamil Nadu, India. This is actually a dual presenters in the absence of my supervisor, Dr. L. M. Swarnalatha, Associate Professor and Head PG and Research Department of English, Vellalar College for Women, Erode. Today I am going to present a paper on application of critical race theory to justify the unintentional layers of racism in Gurnok's novel Afterlife. Race and racism. So racism and race are two different things. So race, your topography dictated your identity, destiny and history. This definition alludes to the race, culture and heritage and the place where you live in. While delineating it in an African diaspora context, these terms have undergone a drastic changes. So generally, the term race is a human invention. Its Italian word resa denotes to the people who share a common desert. Francois Bernier coined the term blackness in 1684, which signaled sub-Saharan Africans as an immutable trait. He divided mankind into 4 different races according to their physical traits. So, on the other hand, racism is nothing but a discrimination and prejudice against people based on their race. It is an ideology that either directly or indirectly asserts one group which is inherently superior to the other. Next, we can deal about the critical race theory. So this theory ranks up in the year 1970s in the United States, and it was invented by Derek Bell. Next, we are going to deal about the theory, critical race theory. So this theory was actually sprang up in the year 1970s in the United States. It was invented by an American scholar, Derek Bell. So this theory focuses on how racism and racial inequality interact with the law, politics, culture and other facets of society. So this paper attempts to apply critical race theory in the novel Afterlife to show how a society upholds all these inequalities and break the shield of racial discrimination during the period of World War. So this is also applicable apart from the other colonial theories. Next, about the author. Abdul Razak Gurnok was an Tanzanian-born British writer. He was awarded a prize in 2021 Nobel Prize for Literature for his uncompromising and compassionate penetration of the effects of colonialism and fate of the refugee in the gulf between cultures and continents. So his works are Pilgrim's Face, Paradise by the Sea, Desertion and Gravel Hall. So his novel, one of the most important novel, Afterlife, was bestowed for his evocative prose and its potential to illuminate the profound human experiences within the concept of post-colonial world. So he was also a short story writer, essayist and prose writer. Now we look at the elaboration of this critical race theory. Now we are going to look into the elaboration of these themes in the critical race theory, how this afterlife was dealt with. So the first theme was interest convergence. Now we look at the elaboration of the themes of critical race theory in the novel Afterlife. So there are 5 important themes that we are going to dealt with. First one is unjust convergence, realistic narrative, voices of marginalized people, benevolence and cultural preservationist. So unjust convergence. So it is basically a principle that suggests the social change for minority groups occurs when their interests align with those of the majority people. It is also called as material determinism, where the story of the Idas, who was a small boy who ran away from his home and he was actually kidnapped by the Ascaris troops. So these Ascaris were the indigenous African soldiers who brutal in treating the people of his own race, and they were crucial in maintaining the German colonial rule in Zanzibar. So they mingle with the majority, the dominant group, and their interest get convergence. Their interest get convert into the majority of the race. Next, we move on to the theme of realistic narrative. So this theory, critical race theory, upholds the theme of realistic narrative in opposition to idealistic narrative, where this idealistic concept holds that the racial and discriminations are social construction. So they readily accepts the domination of the colonizer and the concept of the colonizer and the colonized. They never try to come out of the comfort zones they create. Whereas on the other hand, this realistic narrative means is by the society, and which the society allocates the privilege and status for the minority group. So to attain such heights, Gurnok has practiced his 4 main protagonists in the novel, who were under the state of poverty, and they fight against their poverty in order to signify their culture. So in many cases we can see that the white poverty will not last for a generation, but it was not in the case for the black poverty people. So as it is evident in the novel Doris Lessing, The Grass is Singing, white protagonist Mary Tuna fell into the circle of poverty due to her husband's inability of breaking the web on the characteristics of idiocracy. Even though she could afford she could afford the black male servants to serve for them. So this is the realistic narrative that Goodnock wanted to preach the readers, how this realistic happenings were actually affected by the colonizers. So next we move on to the voices of marginalized community. So the voices of marginalized people. So this when we talk particularly the women, they are more significant, and they does not explicitly oppose racism, though they were get suffered by the colonized or even by their own race people. So this story, the story of Asha and Afia, were suppressed by their uncles for their concern of materialistic upliftment. When they fail in their approach, they develop themselves to become a black guilt. So it is nothing but the concept which was developed by Shelby Steele, an American author. The black guilt is nothing but the when black people feel inferior to the white people, and they get anxious because whatever they do in their life, and whatever they put efforts to reach the heights of the white people, they could not reach the status of white people. This caused them to undergo the trauma or disorder of the black guilt. So these voices of marginalized people either in the own race or in the colonized society, we see most of the women characters get suffered by these double marginalization. Next, we move on to the concept of theme of benevolence. So, in every character, and each and every character in the novel had undergone a crucial state in their life, either by the dominant of one race or by their own people. But there is some soul, there is some solace. Still, the novel prevails. So Khalifa in the novel, Khalifa is the main protagonist, and he is the first protagonist in the novel, became the whole protector for the other characters. On the other hand, we see the patron of Hamza, who is a white patron, also became a guardian angel for the Hamza who suffers during the world wars. So this it shows that it echoes the words of Delgado: if you are a black, you have to work harder, and if you are black and poor, you have to work twice as hard. So all these characters, though you are a black or a brown skin, you have to work harder in order to compete the white race. So next we move on to the most crucial or most important theme of this novel, cultural preservationist. So has the Mahatma Gandhi has echoed the code, a nation's culture resides in the hearts and in the souls of its people. So only people can change, only people can reside or can develop one's nation only if they can feel through their hearts. It is only in the hands of people who wanted to preserve the culture. So every character in the novel shines brightly through their unwavering commitment to the upholding their cherished customs, such as celebrating the Rapnat festival. So it shaped how Hamza, though he returned back after the World War to his native, from there he got the love of the two prime source. One thing is Ifia, she the one who has given him the most important love for him, and one more is the festival to in eradicating the poverty. Africans or not the Africans, the festivals, the nature festivals have given the solace to Hamza through the festival of Ramnath. So it is one. Though they were segregated, though they were oppressed by the colonizer, they could not overshade their rule on the cultural practices of the Africans. So hereby, I conclude my presentation by exploring the upcoming poems. So, this novel reevaluates the impact of World War. The narrative takes back to the year 1888 to 1963, where the point where the blacks were crucially brutally treated under the colonized rule. So though the novel portrayed the devastation caused by colonialism and racism war, still the life continues because of faith, love, hard work and prayers. So the author remembered the readers that we have to come out of the racist shield. Okay, so he was attributed to all those who have sacrificed their own life to the behalf to the welfare of their people, and he wanted to come out of the racial shield uh, in order to bring a goodness, not so, and they were the one who paved the way for the present day generation people. Not only the blacks, even in India we have undergone such an oppression. So in remembering those souls who have sacrificed their life for us, we have to break all those racialist shield. Okay, We have to come out of the racial discrimination, and we have to stop racism in order to get our pleasures and honors in all the aspects. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you everyone.
Within colonized cultures. The novel illuminates the vast network of emotional affinities within African colonies. I think it is important that we situate these emotional affinities in the cultural domain where they can negotiate with colonial power. In her article, Writing Wilder Words, Tina Steiner explains that desertion obtains much of its complexity from the transcultural encounters within the East African coastal regions. The novel's heterogeneous view of colonial East Africa deviates considerably from the dominant colonial and anti-colonial rhetoric that identifies the self and excludes the other from the human family. So I take my clue from Steiner to analyze how Martin and Rihanna's relationship crosses the boundary of colonial identity, obliterates the Orientalist notion of the racial superiority of the West to the East, and create an Occidental possibility, one in which the colonized and the colonizer negotiate their subjectivities. Occidentalism emerges from this encounter between racism and desire in colonial relations. It is invested in recuperating the symbolic power of sensual and sexual desires in colonial times. So I offer Occidentalism as both a critique of Seyit's Orientalism and a theoretical perspective that can contribute to a much deeper understanding of the complexity of Africa's colonial experience. Seyit theorized Orientalism to explain the historical and cultural processes by which the West conducted, validated, and magnified its stereotypical and malignant image of the East, with specific references to Asia, North Africa, and the Middle East. But with Occidentalism, what I intend to do is to renegotiate the power of colonialism, or to highlight the renegotiation of power through sensual and sexual encounters between the Occident and the Orient in colonial East Africa. So I do this by showing how desertion presents a different version of colonial experience by narrating the lives of characters, colonial masters and subjects alike, who exchange cultural and racial powers previously the exclusive reserve of the Occident through sexual and sexual desires. Approaching colonialism in this manner creates more opportunities for theorizing colonial relations beyond the hegemonic notion of Orientalism and consolidates Gunar's attempt to tell the story of East Africa's peculiar and fragmented colonial experience. Using Rihanna and Martin as our model, it is useful to consider the extent to which interracial relationships in East African colonies undermined the Orientalist system of thought and power that sustained colonialism. My understanding of sexual agency is informed by Foucault's identification of the relationship between sex and power in the history of sexuality, and my argument that Africans enacted sexual agency in the colonial environment is a counter-discursive intervention that emphasizes self-representation rather than representation by Europeans, as is the case with Seyit's Orientalism. Let me offer some more insights in Seyit's Orientalism, which is, by the way, one of the seminal texts that sheds light on the structured industry of colonial myth-making. In the book, Seyit explains how the Orient was formed by the West through their cultural and literary productions. He privileges Foucault's discourse analysis because of his belief that without examining Orientalism as a discourse, one cannot possibly understand the enormously systemic discipline by which European culture was able to manage and even produce the Orient politically, socially, militarily, ideologically, scientifically, and imaginatively during the post-Enlightenment period. But of course, in doing this, Seyit only engages with the literary and cultural production of Europe. He did not engage with the cultural material and the experiences of the Orient themselves. So this is one of the limitations of Seyit's Orientalism, which Robert Young has also highlighted. But one of the first criticisms of Orientalism comes from Homi Bhabha, who notes that Seyit's framing of Europe's cultural and literary productions as an indisputable demonstration of their collective imperial ideology is an unjustified generalization and therefore an essentialism of Gramsci's hegemony, which he appropriates to describe the kind of unnegotiable and totalizing relationship between the colonizer and the colonized. And Bhabha takes on the discourse on colonialism further by identifying the force of fantasy and desire in colonial relation. So by this, he actually describes the presence of colonial ambivalence in which the colonizer is at once interested in and repulsed by the colonized. And Baba demonstrates the possibility of situating colonial relations beyond the discursive context of imperialism and hegemony in which Said sequestered them. So my idea of Occidentalism draws from Baba's ideas and also departs from Said's positional superiority, which does not create a space for negotiating power between the colonized and the colonizer within colonial discourses, as we find in Desertion. In the novel, Desertion opens with Hassalini's discovery of the frail Englishman Martin Pierce in 1899. This incident is significant because it coincides with the British colonial project in East Africa. The relationship between Martin and Rihanna started with Martin's visit to thank Hassalini and his household for nursing him back to life. As Martin and his host eat together during the visit, the Englishman was all the time aware of Rihanna beside him and turned to look at her at every opportunity. Uncertain about Rihanna's marital status, Martin ponders the possibility of meeting her again, even if it is to look at her and watch her face move and her eyes glow, to take pleasure in seeing her. Martin cautions himself and tries to restrain his emotion. But when it was time to say goodbye, he said, and I quote, "I hope I will see you again soon." But he said that as if he spoke to the entire household, but it was to Rihanna. This forceful interracial attraction demonstrates Guna's notion of the colonial peculiarities and fragmentation and Baba's idea of colonial ambivalence, which informs my understanding of the immanence of Occidentalism in colonial discourses. Desertion narrates the flourishing of interracial love through Hassalini's acceptance of Martin in his home. Hassalini says, "Thank you for visiting us. You are welcome anytime. Our house is yours." By the authority of Hassalini's words, Guna foregrounds the renegotiation of power between the Occident and the Orient, since it is usually the more powerful person or race that exercises the right of invitation. Martin's desire for Rihanna grows with increasing rapidity as her image becomes permanently etched in his memory. There is a very profound excerpt that captures this. There were moments in the days and nights that followed when Martin shut his eyes and deliberately evoked Rihanna and felt her as she was very close to him, felt her gaze on him, and a slight tremble of her breathing on his face, end of quote. To sustain his relationship with Hassalini's household, a closeness anchored in his desire for Rihanna, Martin visits Hassalini in his shop often. During these visits, Martin's reciprocal friendship with the locals yields what I call an Occidental equilibrium. It is a state of racial equality achievable by the voluntary repudiation of the cultural and social roadblocks with which the Occident separates itself from the Orient. Because of lack of time, I would like to conclude by saying that desertion blurs the boundaries of power between the colonizer and the colonized, enabling the renegotiation of racial domination, an art that may begin with racial prejudice, but certainly ends in Occidental compromise, which manifests in the willingness to share the power previously ascribed to the Occident. As Rihanna and Martin's relationships show, in Occidental situations, power becomes sexually and sensually contested, transferred and regulated, and the boundaries constructed by colonialism and racism are altered, if not obliterated. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We have, I guess, some time for questions. Yes, there's one question here. Please pass the mic.
Thank you, Chibueza, for your presentation. I think it's an interesting innovation to turn the concept of Orientalism around. I'm just slightly surprised why you would call it Occidentalism instead of Occidentalism. Maybe there's some reason that I can't see here. The other question is, are you, it feels a bit reductive to reduce these theoretical perspectives to sexual encounters. I understand that the eroticism is a large component of Orientalism, but it's not only that. And I strongly doubt that Said was trying to explain how the Occident is superior to the Orient. He was just showing what the West has done in imagining this other thing. And I think it's a useful theoretical perspective, which usually is used in a negative way. It's a negative response to something. Nobody says, oh yeah, this is great Orientalism, and praises it. It's usually a critical perspective which kind of deconstructs Orientalist constructions in literature. So I was wondering if you could respond to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the question. My idea is Occidentalism. Yeah, it is not Occidentalism because, like I said, I am exploring the relationship, the mutual in quotes, relationship between the Occident and the Orient, which is achievable or negotiable through sensual and sexual relationships that were obtainable in the colonial post or in the colonies during colonialism. So my idea is to bring the Occident and the Orient together. So that's how I formed the idea of Occidentalism. I hope that answers your first question. Secondly, a gathering of this nature in which I have just 10 minutes to speak wouldn't do justice to some of the ideas that one have here. You are right that Said constructed Orientalism to explain the history, all of the processes that came about, how the Orient came about, what led to the actual colonialism. So my own work is simply a critique and an extension of that idea that Said started. While Said is interested in the literary and cultural materials of Europe in order to underscore how the image of the Orient was created, I am interested in the literary and cultural productions of the Orient, of the East, in order to underscore some of the fragmented and peculiar relationships that were obtainable during the period of colonialism, which do not fall within the domain of hegemony, in which Said described the relationship between the Orient and the Occident. I don't know if this answers your question.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Yes, there's a gentleman here.
Yeah, I also want to look at the presentation of Ikechukwu, and he looks at sexual and sensual encounter, something like that. I think Ikechukwu, you have heard of the saying that love knows no boundaries. Now, why don't you use love instead? Because sex and the sensual encounter is just part of it. I think the bigger part is love. So I would rather you use the love instead of simply sexual and sensual encounters.
Weza, if you have a feedback on that.
Okay. I would not use love. I would rather stick with sexual and sensual encounter, because I am speaking about material desire, and much of what I'm saying, like I said, has a bearing in Foucault's identification of the relationship between power and sex. So it is a continuation of an ongoing existing theoretical perspective. So my work is actually anchored within a tradition. So that's why I am using sex and senses.
I'm sorry, this might not be protocol. I would like to ask a question to Professor Hodap, who I think was part of this. Is that okay? Yeah?
It's fine, it's part of the panel.
The title of your presentation was African, Indian Ocean, and Archipelagic Literature. And I was just wondering, it seems that Gurna's novels mostly are like the Zanzibar Britain trajectory, and that seems to or it's only the coast. And India and the Arab Peninsula are mentioned in passing. Some have family ties, like Khalifa, for example. It's explained how his parents came from India, but they're really like brief. So I was wondering, is there more to the Indian Ocean aspect of Gurna's work than him being part of the kind of cultural melting pot kind of location?
Yeah, I mean, part of the critique of calling it Indian Ocean Studies is, so the idea of Indian Ocean Studies, right, is to detach from continents, right, and nations. And so there's supposed to be a value in kind of thinking about the swirling circulations of the ocean rather than of the land. And so, but one of the foundational critiques of Indian Ocean Studies is that by its name, it is tied to India, right? And so, honestly, when we're talking about Gurna or people like Peter Kamani's Dance to the Jacaranda, things like that, the fact that it's called Indian Ocean isn't very representative, right? And so the kind of coastal culture of East Africa, right? Because when we think about Indian Ocean, we think about coastal East Africa going to the subcontinent. And you're right that like Gurna doesn't write about India or even have a lot of South Asian characters, but he is talking a lot about the sea and the Indian Ocean itself. And so yeah, I mean, I would agree with the critiques that perhaps, and this is where I didn't actually do this in the presentation, but why I think thinking about this via notions of the archipelagic is actually more interesting, and thinking about like Zanzibar, Mauritius, Reunion, and thinking about these islands and kind of allowing us a bit of an escape from India and the Indian Ocean. No, they're just like the Black Atlantic, right? Like, I mean, so I mean, we don't want to lose place altogether, but yeah, it's a problem to have something that's supposed to be getting away from the land that's named after a very large piece of land. And so, yeah, then it gives this sense that like we should be talking about South Asians just because we're talking about the Indian Ocean, and I don't think that's necessarily the case.
We'll take one last question.
Okay, kind of thank you, Jacob. Linking kind of onto what he just asked. Earlier on, someone talked about the question of where Guna actually belongs. And I'm just thinking, aren't we being like, what shall I say? Aren't we being like maybe just hungry? If Salman Rushdie was to win a prize, will they hold a conference in the Arab world and say, our son, our son? How much of Guna can actually be claimed as East African? When you link it back to what he's saying, I know he's discussing things that affect African, have affected and affect African, East Africa definitely. I know he comes from here, but how much, if you look deeper, how much of him is East African? I just wonder. Let me just add also, again, I go back to Toni, it is Morrison, Toni Morrison. When we looked at Toni Morrison, the question was asked, is it all right to say the first black, or shouldn't we just say one of the most outstanding and most deserving? So there is a complexity of these things, and it links back into what was said earlier. Are you Kenyan or you come from Kenya? We talk about the global village and everything. So sometimes identity becomes a question mark. Let me put it that way, and I leave it there. How much question mark?
Thank you very much. So let's take a question also for gender balance. We haven't seen it yet.
Thank you very much. It's related to what he's asking. The identity of Abdrazak Gurna. Yes, we want to claim him as East African, African. They say he's British and it's okay. But what does he say? Because we have so many writers who are very passionate. Chinua Achebe, they make their stand very clear. And we know because of what they tell us. So what about him? Because all of the characters in his books seem to be confused about where they belong. So is that his stand? What does he, at least for those who have talked to him or who have been close to him, what does he say? Where does he belong?
Let's take the last intervention, maybe as a response to that. Yes, as a response to that.
So I heard him try and answer this question recently. In September, he was in Stellenbosch because there was a Africa in the World Festival and he was an invited speaker. And the panel was about home and exile. So exactly these kinds of questions we've been exploring here as well. And he said, if someone asks me, where's my home? The first thing I think about is Tanzania. So he said Tanzania. He didn't say Zanzibar. He said, I'm Tanzanian. He said, but also, if you ask me on Friday when I'm flying home, you know, when I'm flying home, I'm flying to England because that's where I've been living. This is where the house is, my garden, you know. So he says it's okay to have more than one home.
Thank you very much. I guess we'll take it as a closing of this stimulating panel. Join me in thanking all this one last one. Okay, so can we go ahead? I'm asking the organizer because I was given. Yes, we're good. Okay, thank you.
I think
please go
let me
ahead.
just add a little bit to this conversation. In 2008, when Barack Obama was elected the president of the United States, Kenyans celebrated and claimed him as their own, basically because his dad was Kenyan,
and he declared that his dad came from some part of Kenya, but he was not actually Kenyan by culturation. He was not even, he went black. He was brought up by white grandparents. So what I'm trying to say is that what do they say they are? Yeah? What does he say he is? What does he claim to be? And I don't think his characters are confused, as had been stated. His characters represent who he is, a hybrid person who has been moving through all these different spaces, but ultimately he knows his roots as Tanzania. You can be impacted by different cultures, but ultimately you're rooted somewhere. That's my take.
Thank you very much. So we'll bring this now to a close. Join me in thanking all the panelists.
So, thank you, Doctor, and the panel. Let's give them a clap. So, back to Jacob and me.
We thank you so very much for being patient and kind with us for today. We are having to merge the panel that we were supposed to have last with the panel on Friday on translation. So the panel on adaptation shall be merged with the panel on translation on Friday. So we could...
Something has come up. Kokila is still online and is wondering if there's any question for her. I think, is there a question for her? But we are content with her presentation, right? Let's give her a clap. Thank you. Yeah, so I think now, like he has said, we've merged a panel with one on Friday. We felt they were closely related. So the panelists, Dre, Alan, I think you've been told, or talked to. You're just hearing it now. Okay, sorry about that. I thought that you had been contacted. But we've put it together with one on Friday because they are closely linked. And we are trying to beat the jam to the venue where we are heading to. Yeah, so what's going to happen after this is we are going to move for the reception. I've been asked questions. Who is going? How are we going? Through the day, people have been asking those questions. Well, I think there was a registration that was done. So if you're on that list, you are going. And I believe for the students, I think it was the master's students who had registered. And those who came in today, the undergraduates, unfortunately, were not registered. Well, because you have to submit a list earlier to the embassy. We don't just go there. They have to know who is coming. So unfortunately, we cannot take. Now there's a shuttle, a bus. Yeah. Fortunate, can you say something? Yeah, Fortunate is part of the welfare team, and yeah, have been doing a great job today. She says there's a what? There is a bus that's going to take us there. So that's another question. Is it bringing us back? Welfare.
There's a bus dropping us to the residency, but it won't drop us back. Yeah. It's already there. It takes 50 passengers.
Okay. So now I want us to get ready for the next session, which will take place at the... Yeah, there's a photo session because our president wasn't here when we took a photo, isn't it? And the camera people kept complaining about the lighting in here, so we decided to get a banner and put outside. So we are going to have another photo outside, and then we shall move to the bus. We wanted to catch up with time just in case we find the rush hour traffic jam, as people are trying to go home. Hopefully we should be meeting there at least in, it depends, with the Kampala jam and the, yeah. No, the Swedish embassy. I think there's another activity. Oh, to the National Theatre. Okay, so okay, there is someone here. Yeah. So at this point, I would like to declare this session in this hall closed for today. Let's give ourselves a clap. It was a wonderful day. Yes, sister? There are people who are going to drive there. Let me look for someone who's good at giving direction. A pin? Fortunate, do you have a pin to the... Oh, non-Ugandan delegates, our guests who have flown in, will be dropped after the dinner. For the Ugandans, we are blessed to know our way around. Tomorrow we should be here once again by 9. Today we started off a bit late, so let's try and be here in time at 9.